Io non avevo un link, nel senso
sì.
c'era la tua utenza.
Ma l'ho messo anche sulla chat.
Ah, ho capito,
No,
aspetta.
dovrebbe ritrovarsi qua. Eccola qua. Questa qua. Questo non lo so.
Entra con l'audio del computer.
Questo, vero?
Sì. Buongiorno professor Tronchetti.
Provo a riconnettermi perché il mio audio non sta funzionando, cioè posso usare solo gli speaker del computer ma non le mie cuffie. Quindi adesso provo a vedere se è un problema mio o...
Nel caso noi la sentiamo bene.
Però siccome io non sento nulla perché rimbomba tutto, quindi adesso provo a riconnettermi, vediamo se è un problema mio oppure...
Tanto adesso c'è l'intervento del dottor Maccone. Dopo ci riconnettiamo.
Mi riconnetto.
Grazie.
Prego.
Welcome to the second day of the IAA Symposium on Moon Farside Protection. I hope you had a very nice day in Turin. And we can start with the second day, and our first speaker is Dr. Claudio Maccone, Technical Director of the International Academy of Astronautics. And his speech will be entitled International Organizations Introduction.
Good morning, and thanks again for attending this conference. This is my second presentation, and I'm going to talk about international organization, which have played a key role so far in the Moon Farside studies and so on. Now, the first slide that I'm showing to you is my badge at the United Nations. I was there just about a month ago, and the meeting lasted 2 weeks. There were other people with me in Vienna. For instance, Dr. Richard Green, representing the IAU, and so on. And this is the General Assembly, or one of the rooms, parliamentary type, with all the delegations of practically all the countries in the world that act on a representation of their own country and space mission done in that country. This is the building of the United Nations on the left bank of the Danube. This is the modern part of Vienna. Okay, now, once again, I'm sorry if I repeat what I said already yesterday, but my far goal, right, in a century time, right, so would be to reach some kind of agreement that perhaps incorrectly I called a treaty under the United Nations auspices. But even if you get that, there is no warranty that it will be respected. On the other hand, the point I made is that there are so many spacefaring countries, and the race to the moon is going on, that honestly, I do not see any other chance for us to reach a sort of minimal agreement among all these spacefaring countries, except trying to write down, call it as you please, but anyway, some kind of agreement on a worldwide scale. Okay. Now, there is an important point here. The ITU, which is the United Nations branch of the Telecommunication Union, and is based in Geneva, Switzerland, already back in 1974 defined the so-called shielded zone, meaning, as I mentioned yesterday, practically the whole of the far side of the moon, not exactly, but the whole of the far side. They simply defined, as I said yesterday, an orbit around the Earth, 100,000 kilometers high. Suppose there is a telecommunication emitting radio waves, then you draw the tangent line from that orbit to the moon, and then it keeps going also beyond the moon, of course. So above the moon, on the other side, there is a quiet zone, and this is the so-called shielded zone. Now, for many years, since 1974, this was a good idea, but nobody, at least to my knowledge, took any kind of initiatives to pursue that in an effective way. But I'm glad to say that apparently in the most recent times, the moon race is waking up the situation, and so even the ITU probably will do more. That we will hear about that later from the representative of the ITU here in this conference. Okay, now, the good news is that much silence, radio silence obviously, still is above the far side. This is the good news. And the Chinese relay satellite frequencies are not many. Of course, the Chinese were forced to set up a relay satellite in order to keep the communication with the far side. There is no other way. So the situation is still fairly manageable at the moment now, but my suggestion is that we should not really waste too much time to wait for future developments. You know, so we are acting in a time windows, like the missions going to Mars. You cannot go to Mars anytime you wish. You must launch from Earth during that time, that window, and if you miss that, then you have to wait for 2 more years. And this is something similar. So the negotiations are urgent. I'd like to stress the word urgent, because this is the key word in the full story, in my opinion. They are urgent among scientists and space politicians. Let me please point out that, in my opinion, there are 4 branches of science that could be better pursued on the far side of the moon than on the surface of the Earth. So, first of all, we have cosmology. We have heard yesterday about the dark ages and all the application of general relativity related to that. So, in essence, just to cut short, I would say that this is one more attempt to check for the nth time that Einstein was right in writing down the equation of general relativity. Very good. Then, yesterday we also heard from Ian from Birkbeck College that astrobiology is another important field that could be done from the far side of the moon better than from the surface of the Earth. But I would like to add two more fields. Also, yesterday we heard from Dave DeBurr that stated that this technosignature can be done, certainly, but we all knew about that since long ago, can be done certainly better from the far side than from the near side. And the last point, the fourth point, is my personal contribution, if you let me say so. That is, we have tried to add planetary defense. Now, this is different from the other previous three fields. It is not radioastronomy, or not just radioastronomy. Planetary defense is to wait for anything, the comet and an asteroid to fly by around the sun, where they, of course, have a higher speed on the orbit than elsewhere. And that would allow us to improve the precision on the 6 orbital parameters of any asteroid and comet. Now, what does this mean? It means that we would have more precise calculations to be conducted before the asteroid or comet reaches the Earth and destroys us. Actually, I was honored in the past to work for NASA in this field at Huntsville, Alabama. Of course, the papers were published. There was a team of about 30 space scientists. And essentially, planetary defense is really important, in my opinion. We all know that the probability that we die soon like the dinosaur is low, but that is just a pure mathematical concept. There are so many asteroids and comets that anyone could strike the Earth right now. We just don't know. That's the reality. So that is the conclusion of my presentation. I thank you very much for listening, and I give the floor to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudio. Our next presenter is from remote. The next presenter is Professor Fabio Tronchetti. He's director at the International Institute of Space Law, associate professor at the School of Law, Northumbria University. And his talk will be about the role of space law in protecting the moon Farside for scientific research. Professor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, very well. The stage is yours.
All right. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me to start by thanking the organizers of this event for the opportunity to be here. As you said, my name is Fabio Tronchetti. I work as a professor of law at the Northumbria University in the United Kingdom, and I'm giving this presentation on behalf of the International Institute of Space Law, and particularly its president, Dr. Kai-Uwe Strobel. Please allow me also to say that I'm one of the members of the board of the institute, so it gives me great honor to be here today. Before I delve into the analysis of my topic, please allow me to spend a couple of minutes to introduce to you the organization that I represent. So the International Institute of Space Law, or IISL, one of the main objectives of the Institute is the promotion of the rule of law in outer space, something that's very important to us because through the rule of law, we can enable outer space to remain free from conflict and open for peaceful exploration and use. The International Institute of Space Law is certainly international, and you can see this very clearly by looking at the countries that are represented through its members, over 50 countries. The International Institute of Space Law is very active internationally, participating in different events. But one of the highlights of what the Institute does is to participate at the annual International Astronautical Congress, where the Institute has a dedicated set of sessions running through the whole week of the duration of the conference. And one of the outcomes of this event is the publication of annual proceeding of the Institute Symposium. IASL also cooperates with different organizations around the world, including IAA and IAU. And I also like to point out that the Institute has been given already for a number of years the status of permanent observer at the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, where annually we give a presentation. Now, the topic of my presentation is the role of space law in protecting the Moon Farside for scientific research. So first of all, please allow me to spend a couple of words to explain a little bit to you what space law is and what space law exists for. So generally speaking, space law can be defined as the set of rules regulating human activities in outer space. And when you think of space law and the system of governance for space activities, I invite you to think of a pyramid where at the top you have international law, at lower level you have national law, and at the bottom regional law. So at the top of this pyramid, you have international space law in the form of binding obligation and non-binding obligation. So within the binding obligation, we have 5 main treaties that were negotiated in the 60s and 70s within the United Nations that constitute the core of rules applicable to space activities. These, of course, are treaties, so impose obligation upon state parties to them. Beside the treaties, we have a long list of non-binding rules, recommended practices, code of conduct principles that are non-binding in nature, so states may decide to comply with them or not. And again, these principles have been developed within the United Nations over the past few decades. Now, below this level, you have the level of national space law, meaning laws that countries have enacted domestically to regulate national space activity, particularly activities conducted by private entities. Now, the relation between the first and second level is that the second level can never contravene the first level. Okay, so national space law cannot be in contradiction with the general principle of international space law. And the second important principle is that unlike state activities, which do not require any form of authorization, private space activities require an authorization from a state, okay? And once the state has given its authorization, normally through a license, to a private companies to undertake space activities, that state is under the obligation to control and supervise how that activity is conducted. Now, below the international and national level, you also have regional level of space law, situation where countries that share the same geographical location, they decide to enhance their cooperation in space activities and put in place some rules to make this possible. And Europe is, through ESA, is one of the classic examples of this. You may also have, I didn't put it in the slide, but you may also have a situation where states cooperate in certain area for certain specific project, and then they develop rules to manage them. The International Space Station is an example of this kind of situation. Now, let's look now at the topic of the presentation itself. So, space law and how it relates to the protection of the Moon Farside for scientific research. Now, it's important to start by saying that international space law, as it stands, does not contain any specific provision dealing with the protection of the Moon Farside for scientific research. The Outer Space Treaty from 1967, which is the main instrument applicable to space activities, the core of space law, simply recognizes the right of states to conduct scientific investigation of outer space. Other provisions of the Outer Space Treaty and the other space treaties as well are relevant when one envisions, like we are doing in this event, the possibility to reserve the far side of the Moon for scientific research. Okay. Now let's go step by step. So let's start with the Outer Space Treaty from 1967. So going back to this principle that I just mentioned. So Article 1, Paragraph 3 provides that there shall be freedom of scientific investigation in outer space, including the Moon and other celestial bodies, and states shall facilitate and encourage international cooperation in such investigation. Now, again, this means that states are entitled to conduct scientific investigation or scientific related activities on the moon and other celestial bodies. However, the treaty does not really explain or define the kind of investigation that can be conducted, the type of activities that they can be conducted as well. So that remains to be seen in practice. The point is very clear, is that cooperation is promoted, and we all know that states have undertaken different form of missions on the moon that have scientific connotations. However, as I said earlier, there is nothing in this article or in other article of the treaty that specifically envisions the possibility to reserve areas of the moon for scientific research. This can be also explained by saying that it was not something that was envisioned at the time the treaty was drafted. So it does not exclude it per se, but it's something that the drafters were not really considering at that time. Earlier, I mentioned that beside this provision that specifically deal with scientific activities, there are other provisions that become relevant when one envisions the possibility of setting up a protected area on the moon. First and foremost, Article 2, which declare outer space, including the moon, not appropriable, meaning that no country can individually declare the moon or part of the moon part of its own national territory. There is also another important principle that states that there shall be free access to all areas of celestial bodies. That again is something that to be determined in practice what exactly means if you envision a station on the moon, but there is this general idea. Article 6, I already mentioned before, describing national space law, the need for private companies to be authorized and supervised by a state. And also Article 9 of the treaty is important because it introduces this idea that state activities conducted by a country shall not interfere with the activities undertaken by another country, okay? Now, in terms of the other 4 treaties, of course, we don't have the time to go through all of the treaties, but just to mention briefly that we have a treaty, a convention dealing with liability for damage caused by a space object. And then you have another convention dealing with the registration of object launched into outer space, but also very important to understand who is behind a particular object, okay, and where that object is located in orbit. And we also have a dedicated treaty for moon activities that introduces the idea of environmental protection of the moon, meaning that activities undertaken on the moon shall not cause the detriment to the lunar environment. The difference in terms of relevance of these 5 treaties, the Outer Space Treaty, and then you have 1968 Agreement on Astronauts and Rescue and Return of Astronaut and Object, Liability Convention, Registration Convention, and the Moon Agreement, 5 treaties. The first 4 are generally widely ratified. The Moon Agreement has a very low level of ratification, not including any of the main spacefaring powers. Now, this is a general introduction, so I wanted to be a little bit more specific now on the possibility to set up a protected or reserved area for scientific research on the moon far side, looking back at the principle that we just described. First of all, if you envision that possibility, you should start seeking for a legal basis under the treaties. And as I said, the legal basis could probably be Article 1.3, which recognizes the right of states to conduct scientific investigation on the moon. However, reserving an area would only, for scientific research, must be consistent with the fundamental principle of international space law, particularly Article 2 mentioned earlier, the non-appropriation principle of outer space. So any declaration of reserving an area for the moon could not be undertaken or made by a single country individually. It has to be something to be agreed by the international community as a whole, like Dr. Makone was saying earlier. And this most likely to make it legal and acceptable should be done through United Nations discussion and potentially by a statement, by a declaration made by the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, where the main space players are represented, and which is definitely the center for lawmaking related to space activities. Dr. Makone earlier was envisioning what kind of instrument could be done, a treaty or other instrument, but it's something probably for the conclusion of this presentation, but even a formal recognition by by the main space player, particularly those engaged in the moon activities, that would be something very important. But we will get back to that at the end of the presentation. Now, I also wanted to look at how this idea of reserving area above the moon, particularly the Farside for scientific research, is addressed in current lunar initiatives. As Dr. McConnell was saying, there is great interest nowadays to return to the moon, and we have two major initiatives now, one led by the United States, the Artemis program, one led by China, the International Lunar Research Station. And also, beside this, you also have formal discussion on the topic of the utilization of space resources within the COPOS, within the Committee on the Peaceful Use of the Space in the United Nations. So what I wanted to do in these next few slides is to see whether or not the topic of protection of moon Farside is included in the discussion within this initiative, okay? Starting with the Artemis program and the Artemis Accord, which is the regulatory instrument that govern this program. Again, there is no specific provision for the protection of the moon Farside for scientific research, also because the Artemis program focusing on other areas of the moon. There is, however, great focus and great interest given on the scientific activities conducted on the moon and on the need to share openly scientific data. And there is an interesting concept which you don't find in the space treaty, which is the possibility to preserve certain area of the moon for considering or labeling them as outer space heritage. Okay, so there is this concept of protecting and preserving areas, so rendering them non-accessible in a way, if you want. But the focus of this idea is more on the Apollo landing side, like sites valuable for the whole mankind, rather than reserving them for scientific research. When it comes to the Chinese initiative for the building of an international lunar research station, again, their focus is not really on the far side, but it's more on the South Pole, where the largest amount of resources are located. And also, there is nothing specific in what China has foreseen that is referring to the protection of the moon far side. However, in the Chinese project, in this Chinese initiative, we still don't have a formal legal or regulatory basis like we have in the Artemis program. But of course, what China does and what China says is particularly important because, of course, China is the only country that has landed a rover on the moon far side. And it is also important to point out that Chinese scientists have definitely expressed their interest toward potentially reserving the far side of the moon for scientific research. I also, give me a second to say, before working here in the UK, I spent 13 years in China, so I'm pretty familiar with what China does and say. I mentioned earlier that beside these two initiatives, we also have formal discussion on the utilization of space resources on the moon and other celestial bodies within the United Nations, where you have now, for the past 2 years, a working group that have been established to discuss these matters. Again, through the statement, there is nothing really specific related to the possibility to reserve areas of the moon for scientific research. And when it comes to scientific cooperation, this is discussed under the headings of international cooperation in scientific research and technological development of space resources activities. So it's more about the use of resources, because that's where the attention of countries is focused on, rather than scientific research per se. But it is not excluded, that's what I mean. Now, to conclude my presentation, I still have a couple of minutes left. Going back to what Dr. McConnell was saying earlier. So once we have the awareness of the importance of preserving the moon far side for scientific research, for the reason that Dr. McConnell was explaining earlier, definitely better than I could possibly do, I think in order to achieve specific results, concrete results, and not waste valuable time, like he was saying earlier, it is important for the international community, politicians, those willing to engage with this problem, to set up a specific goal and work together in a cohesive way to achieve that goal. So if the goal is to protect an area of the moon, an area of the far side of the moon, for scientific research, all the efforts should be focused on that. That's the starting point, and coordinating the effort. And make sure that these efforts are advanced within the system of rules that we have internationally. Okay, and of course, the International Institute of Space Law will be more than happy to help facilitate this process. Now, practically, it will be essential to move things forward, to try to plug this discussion within the formal discussion that occur in the United Nations, attempting to plug this into the agenda of COPUOS or the legal subcommittee or the technical, legal and scientific committee, depending, but just plug it in the agenda. We'll already sign the recognition of the importance of this topic for delegation, which will be a massive step forward. And then, of course, in order to make it more appealing to states and to delegation, an effort should be conducted to at least start working on some skeleton of principle or idea that would not only justify the establishment of a protected area for scientific research on the moon far side, but also would give a general understanding of how the activities would be conducted and how a space player would behave in that framework or in that context. And then involve all possible entities in this discussion, not only states, but also non-governmental entities, academia, anyone who can give a contribution to this project. Yeah, so I think that's to conclude my presentation. Again, thank you very much for giving the International Institute of Space Law the possibility to express its view. And if you have any question, I'm open for question either here or via email. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tronchetti and the Institute of International Space Law. Any question from the audience? Yes, there is one here. He is Professor Tronchetti Fabio, Director of the International Institute of Space Law. Fabio Tronchetti. Sure.
Hello, my name is Martin Dominik from the University of St. Andrews, and I wonder to what extent do you consider Article 9 jury...
excuse me, can you speak up?
Yeah, I cannot either. You're right, I cannot hear you. I apologize.
Yeah, the microphone.
Try again. Now it comes up. So my name is Martin Dominik from the University of St. Andrews in Scotland, and I wonder to what extent you consider Article 9 due regard to the corresponding interests of all other state parties to the treaty applicable in conjunction with Article 1, Paragraph 1, for the benefit and in the interest of all countries.
Yeah, certainly that could be an article that could be used as a legal basis, I was saying earlier, to set up an area of the far side of the moon for scientific research. Because of course, if the goal is purely scientific and it's recognized as scientific, then it will certainly be, you could definitely advertise it, promote it as an activities on behalf of all mankind, which could fit within the scope of Article 1.1. Article 9 is always very problematic in what it actually means, not due regard for the activities of other states. This is why it is important that there is a level of coordination between what space players do. Particularly if you envision, in the future activities on the moon, we have two parallel projects at the same time, how the activities of one group of countries does not interfere with the activities of another conducted by other countries, that remains to be seen in practice. This is why coordination is important. But just allow me 20 seconds. If you consider the far side of the moon, these two massive projects, the Artemis program and the Chinese initiative, they are not dealing with the far side. So that could eliminate some of the problem of how due regard with activities of other states may come up, because the activities will be concentrated on other areas of the moon rather than there. Okay. So that's how I can explain.
Thank you.
Martin Elvis, Harvard Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. In the Artemis Accords, there is this one interesting sentence in section 11, paragraph 11, the last paragraph. The signatories commit to use safety zones, ... in a manner that encourages scientific discovery. Can you hear that? I don't think you can hear
Could
me.
you hear?
Yeah, I did hear a bit. I think the question was about the safety zone in the Artemis Accord.
In particular,
the concept of safety zone is very controversial.
In particular,
Sorry, Professor, maybe the question wasn't complete.
yeah, it was not complete. I thought you couldn't hear me.
Okay.
Okay, the point is that we must use safety zones in a manner that encourages scientific discovery. That is the phrasing in the Artemis Accords. Yes?
Yeah,
and that means that could be, can we use that is the question, as a lever to bring scientific safety zone, scientific areas as safety zones within this treaty, within this agreement? Is it a way of getting into the idea of protected regions for science?
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't hear the question so clearly, but if you're referring to the text of the Artemis Accord and the safety zone for scientific research, well, that is a possibility, of course, but remember that the concept of a safety zone has been not accepted by a certain number of countries, because when you're considering safety zones, you are essentially envisioning a possibility of closing up certain areas of the moon and for the uses of reserving them for the use of the participant of the Artemis program. So excluding those areas for other countries that are not participating in this initiative, which is something that potentially clash with Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty, which prohibits the appropriation of the moon, and also other articles that recognize the right of freedom of movement, freedom of access. So this is why I was saying earlier. So of course, it's something that we could look up, but in order to render the reserving the moon Farside for scientific research, this is something that should be recognized broadly, more broadly than a limited number of countries, in order to make it clearly and fully uncontroversially acceptable under international law. Okay, so it is something that we could look up as a precedent, but again, it's something that should be seen carefully, and that's why a recognition in the UN more broadly would be more acceptable from an international law perspective.
Fabio Giuseppe Rivaldi from the Moon Village Association. Good morning to you. So the point I want to make is that you mentioned, can you hear me?
Yeah, not very well. I apologize.
I can try to shout. Is that better?
Or maybe I will repeat the question.
Shall I repeat? I have not made the question. Do you want that? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes.
All right. So the point I want to make is that you mentioned the legal subcommittee, of course, as a potential home for this discussion. And
yeah.
What I'm saying is that the legal subcommittee is busy with the space resources working group. We should not basically overload this, and the discussion should take place as it is now initiated with the action team, eventually inside operational consideration, which are typical of this potential action team for coordinating activity, which will then be connected to the full of the corpus. So let's not suggest to go and mix things together in the legal subcommittee, because it will only create problem and delay to move forward. That is my comment.
Yeah. No, I do agree with you. I am trying to mention in the presentation. I mean, I just refer to the legal subcommittee to just indicate where the discussions are taking place in the UN. But if you think of this goal and these plans, there are definitely scientific element to that. So you don't want to confuse or create more problem than none by trying to inject into the legal subcommittee. And you may consider other forum to discuss. Could be the scientific and technical subcommittee rather than the legal. This is, for example, also where space debris mitigation have been developed. They have been developed not in the legal subcommittee, but in the technical. So that could be the same way. And then once the technical side is established, then you can look at the legal aspect of it. That could be a possibility as well. So I definitely agree with you.
Ciao Fabio, can you hear me? Hello?
There's another question from the audience.
Can you hear me, Fabio?
No,
No, the
just-
question
just,
is
just
here.
1 minute. Just 1 minute. There's another question from the audience, then the microphone is yours. Sure.
Absolutely, and I could never surrender to that. So please, ladies first.
Okay, you win.
I was going to protest because I think lawyers, and I'm one of those, can be very useful. In fact, law is essential when it comes to space and to sort things out. The thing about lawyers, you've got to give them an exact mandate and tell them to get their skates on, because lawyers love to protract things and to increase their honoraria and their fees. And I'm one of the few idealists left. And space, the International Space, the International Law Commission spent, I think now it's 50 years to try to define the word of aggression. I mean, it's a waste of time. So give the legal committee an exact mandate and tell them to get on with it. And that's how we can use lawyers, because law is essential. Outer space without legal rules is a disaster. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uh, could you please summarize the question? Because I just heard echo and I couldn't hear anything. I apologize. I can't hear it.
It was a comment. It was a comment. The question is coming now. And
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Fabio, I hope you can hear me better from here. Hello?
Yeah, I definitely hear better than from from the audience. I really cannot hear. I
No
apologize.
worries. Good morning, and thank you for the presentation. And actually, thank you because I'm going to be next speaking after you. So you gave a wonderful introduction on the legal aspects. That's going to be very helpful for my presentation. The question that I had for you is about this idea of exclusive areas, right? Reserved for science or whatnot. You wrote a lot about the importance of the non-appropriation principle. You defined it a cardinal principle of space law. And so I'm wondering, do you think that if we go down this road, that we say that we reserve certain parts of the moon, for whatever reason that may be, this may start, let's say, breaking down the integral respect of the non-appropriation principle, because in the future, the same precedent could be used to reserve areas for industrial development or whatever reason you can have, it could start a chain of events that breaks the non-appropriation and the free access. So I'm just wondering about your thoughts about that.
No, this is a very valid point, and I tend to agree with you. I raised this point in other forum as well. This is why it is important to have, if we are really going to reserve areas, this should be something not done by a group of states individually, but it should be something recognized by the United Nations as a whole, and that will help to attempt to do this within the system and to maintain the system, because there is the risk, like you were saying, that if this start to happen without the formal recognition of all countries, then the system will break down. And there is definitely the risk of then seeing the foundation of space law to deteriorate piece by piece. So how would that be consistent with the non-appropriation nature of the space? How would that be consistent with freedom of access and so on and so forth, exactly like you say. So I tend to agree with you. And this is important. Going back to what Dr. McConnell was saying, let's talk about it very clearly and let's see how this work in practice. This is why I mentioned legal subcommittee, because this is at least it's important to talk. Now, at least finally talking about what does it mean to have safety zone? Is it consistent with the law? Is not consistent? How do we do it? Yeah, so hopefully I answer your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you very much, Fabio. See you soon.
Yeah.
Let's thank our speaker again. Thank you, Professor Tronchetti. The last question came from the next presenter, who is Dr. Antonino Salmeri, Director of Lunar Policy Platform, and the title of his presentation is a Lunar Policy Decalogue for Safe and Sustainable Lunar Development. Let me just load the presentation. please.
Thank you. Good morning, dear colleagues, and it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much, Claudio, for inviting me to give this talk, and thanks also to the previous presenters that have been speaking over the past couple of days on this very important topic of protection of the moon far side. And I will say thank you especially to Fabio, who gave a very wonderful legal introduction so that I don't have to do it, and we can go directly to talk about more specific policy aspects. So today I want to talk to you about 10 policy priorities for safe and sustainable lunar activities. And I want to present you a little bit of, let's say, a new approach towards making sure that the discussions that we're having in this event today and that we're having in other fora can be hopefully connected and move towards the same direction. So to do that, I hope you'll forgive me if I spend a couple of minutes talking to you about the organization that I have the pleasure to have started last year and also direct at this stage, the Lunar Policy Platform, and then talk to you about the work that we have done in 2023 and that we'll do in the future about identifying priorities and then developing instruments and policy deliverables that can support safe and sustainable lunar development. And then, of course, I'll be very happy to take any question you may have. So to begin with, what is the Lunar Policy Platform and why am I here on this stage talking to you about it? It's not just for, publicity of the organization, but rather because the reason why the Lunar Policy Platform was established last year was to facilitate different conversations on lunar policy. You've heard already yesterday that there are a number of initiatives going on in this field, and there are a number of perspectives that have to be taken together and hopefully combined. There is the legal perspective. We heard the lawyers are important just a few seconds ago. There is the technical perspective. There is the science perspective. Then there is the commerce. There are governments. There are minorities that we haven't mentioned today, but are also interested in what is happening on the moon. And the question, therefore, is how do we find common ground among all these different actors? Are we aware of the things we have in common and the things we don't have in common? Unfortunately, the result of the answer to this question is probably we are not. Because at this stage, everyone is very focused on its own perspective, on its own different initiative, and we don't have a lot of sight of the bigger picture. There have been initiatives in the past that I think have been promoting this systemic approach. I think Giuseppe mentioned yesterday the Global Expert Group on Sustainable Lunar Activities. I'm a proud member of GEXLA. I was also one of the co-chair of the subgroups that created the annexes of GEXLA on information sharing, in my case specifically, together with a colleague, Mark Sandel, that was working with me on that. At the same time, GEXLA was a great initiative and still is, but it's a group of experts. I think we have to take a step forward and talk about coordination and, let's say, synergies, understanding among organizations, right? Trying to understand what different entities have in common. And this step, we haven't taken it yet. That's why we created the Lunar Policy Platform, to be a facilitator among all these different actors, to try and talk to them in a very individualized manner. So we take the time to do bilateral consultations, sit down, understand their different perspectives, spend the time with them to really go into the deep of why they think about something, what do they mean with a certain concept, like what do you mean with a safety zone? This question has never been asked in depth to all the different parties that talk about safety zone. We kind of assume that we understand each other, but perhaps we don't. So the LPP is the only entity that has this approach. We go individually and we go in depth, and we go to everyone. The LPP has a global network of diverse stakeholders. Even though we started last year, we have about 40 different organizations talking to us, coordinating with us, and essentially providing us with their views. We don't have views of our own. The LPP is a neutral facilitator, and it's not for profit. So this is not a consulting company. We're here because we understand that we need someone that acts a little bit in the middle, talking to everybody, and then showing to the community what are the things we have in common and what are the things we don't have in common. That is what we're doing. And why we do it? Because we want to facilitate global consensus. We want to increase trust. We want to facilitate cooperation among the actors. And again, we think that everything starts with having a common understanding. And that will be an enabler of safety and sustainability, because in order to produce deliverables that are useful for safety and sustainability, we need to know what we mean and what do we stand in confront to each other. And that will hopefully foster adaptive governance. I think one of the reasons why we're here is because Claudio and the IAA have this idea that we should develop a treaty, right, to protect the moon far side. And I don't disagree with that in principle. I just don't think we can achieve that in a very short term. I don't think that could be the first step of a discussion. I believe it could be the end goal. Probably will be not just a treaty on the far side, it will be a treaty on the moon. And guess what? We actually have one already. There is the Moon Agreement. And the reason why the Moon Agreement failed, as some say, in the 70s is exactly because perhaps was a step that it was too advanced for the level of development we had. So with the Lunar Policy Platform, we take an approach that was defined by the Hague Working Group on the governance of space resources, which is this idea of adaptive governance, which I know that Claudio not necessarily agrees with that, because adaptive governance could be a way to justify, let's just advance the first come, first serve approach, let's just do whatever we can right now, and then whoever is next, it will be a problem for the future. But I don't think in its true meaning, adaptive governance means that. Adaptive governance means that we have to regulate what we need to regulate today to advance. And we have to be aware of what we need to regulate in the future so that we can have a forward-thinking approach. So adaptive governance is a continuous back and forth between what do we need to do right now, what is urgent, what do we have to regulate in order to start our activities, but also keeping in mind that we have other issues to think about, and that the regulation of today should not prejudice the activities of the future. So there is this concept of like a pendulum, you know, understanding where are we right now, where do we want to go, and what rules do we need to develop, and what infrastructure, what process, what mechanism we want to put in place so that we can continue this back and forth in an institutional manner. And how do we do that? How do we contribute to this discussion? We produce reports, and I have a few copies here with me. We're going to talk about it in a second. We do reports that outline common ground among different stakeholders. And we started with priorities. Then we will go into policies, and then potentially in the future into standards development. Why we started with priorities? Because again, most of the time we think that we all agree on the important topics for lunar governance, but perhaps we haven't really talked to each other about them. And so that's what the LPP did last year, and we're going to go a little bit more into details about that. We talked to 40 stakeholders and asked them, what do you think are the most important topics that have to be addressed? And then we compared, and we said, do we agree or don't we agree? And can we find 10 topics that we all agree upon and that we can use as a basis to develop then further developments? Second, we also share our work with UN COPUOS and with UNUSA to support the work that is going on at the United Nations. This was mentioned several times. There is already a working group in the legal subcommittee on the legal aspects of space resource activities, and we are in constant contact with the chair and vice chair. We're also our advisor to the Lunar Policy Platform to see how we can support discussions there. We have seen, and I think we are very pleased by the proposal from the delegation of Romania to establish an action team that will consider a potential international mechanism for lunar consultation and coordination, and we're going to see how discussions will develop there. But I also want to mention that the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs is getting increasingly involved in these discussions. Perhaps some of you may have heard that there's going to be an international UN conference on sustainable lunar activities on the 18th of June, the day before the beginning of COPUOS, and that has been organized by the UN Office for Outer Space Affairs. And so that is an important event to engage, because it's going to be the first time that we're going to have a UN platform, not in the format of COPUOS, which is very formalized, in a little bit more informal setting, that we can, again, do this discussion, understand what do we know about each other and what can we find in common. And then the third aspect of our work is capacity building. I will tell you, I've been working in this field for the past 7 years, and I've been talking to a lot of different actors, and when we think about lunar governance discussion, it's always the same actors contributing to the discussion. It's Western countries, it's civil society organization, it's certain companies. We are missing a huge part of this community. We're missing a lot of developing countries. We're missing minorities. A few months ago, you might have heard that the Navajo Nation in the United States had a huge protest against the idea of sending human remainings to the moon. No one even consulted with them. No one even asked for their opinion. We shouldn't ask for permission, but we should at least make everyone feel included in this conversation. Now, sometimes this is a problem because we don't talk to them, but when we try to talk to these actors, the response was like, we don't know what you're talking about. We don't have the knowledge to engage in these discussions, and we don't feel that we have anything to say. And we want to address that. We want to go to developing countries, and we are working with space agencies in Latin America as well as in Africa and in Asia to do workshops for capacity building. We bring all the people that they have, all the specialists that they have in space in general, and we tell them about lunar governance. We invite experts, like we're doing today, to advise them on what are the key important things they need to take into account. And then after 3 days, they can use that knowledge to go back home, decide what is their position on a topic, and then share it. Let's go a little bit more into details now of the first deliverable that we produced last year, which is the Lunar Policy Priorities Report. This is a document that we worked on it last year. It was the first starting point of the lunar policy discussion that we're trying to foster. You can find it online on our website. I also have a few physical copies if you're more into paper, as I am. And what is the goal of the Lunar Policy Priorities Report? Like I said before, is to provide common ground among different organizations and experts on the key topics that we have to address. Now, I will share one interesting fact, which is when last year I did the consultation for the Lunar Policy Priorities Report, a few of the actors we interviewed, and I cannot say who, but because we promised confidentiality, but I can tell you it was a few, they said, we don't want priorities because we think everything should be addressed at the same time. We think that we cannot just say this is more important than this other topic. We have to have an holistic approach, which is something that I completely agree with. And so we change a little bit our format of the report, and you will see it in the document, which is also not too long. It's about 20 pages, so hopefully it's a digestible document for every busy audience as you are. And we said, okay, we have to identify topics, but we're not going to rank them in order of importance. We are trying to foster what we call holistic prioritization. The problem is that organizations have limited resources. We cannot deal with everything at the same time. One organization cannot do it, not even us, also because we are a new organization, not even the United Nations. As also Giuseppe emphasized yesterday in his intervention earlier, they're very busy. There is a very packed agenda to cope with, so we cannot have discussions on everything at the same time. That's why we need to understand, again, which organizations are focusing on which topic, and then have a common approach, and we work in parallel. We work in synergy. So someone will work on scientific protection of the moon and of the Farside. Someone else at the same time will work on information sharing, and someone else will work on disposal of objects on the lunar surface. And if we do that starting from the same understanding of these problems, then we can converge and have deliverables that integrate with each other, rather than contradict each other. That is the process that we aim to facilitate. Now, more substantively, what are the topics that we think are the priorities that have to be addressed to enable safe and sustainable lunar development? Based on the consultations we have done, we found the following 10 topics, and we divided them in two groups. One is 5 general topics, right? Things such as transparency, the need for coordination, the need for inclusion, the importance of infrastructure on the moon. And you've seen that now there are more and more developments about developing certain infrastructure that we're going to need. For example, yesterday, I think Northrop Grumman was awarded a contract from DARPA to develop lunar railroads, right? Sort of tracks that will bring you from one place to another on the moon. And finally, we need frameworks. And with frameworks, we've been purposely generic because we don't know if it's going to be legally binding framework or is it going to be just political framework like the Artemis Accords. We cannot prejudge it, but we know that we need a systemic approach to these discussions. Substantively speaking, the 5 topics that have been constantly mentioned in the conversations we had and that we need to address right now are landing, first and foremost, because landing is one of the most disruptive activities you can do on the moon. It will generate a lot of dust, vibrations. If we don't anticipate what the consequences of landing are, we're going to run into a lot of interference with each other, and we're going to disrupt the lunar environment in manners that we don't even understand today. The environment is the second topic, and environment is a broad concept. I have to say that over the past couple of months, I've been hearing more and more actors interested in the idea of environmental sustainability, right? Making sure that what we do to the lunar environment is sustainable and doesn't prevent us from doing more things in the future, but also it doesn't alter the scientific integrity of the lunar environment for science, which is the third topic. We know that the main driver for going to the moon today is science. We know that we have a lot of scientific objectives we want to achieve on the moon, and a few organizations that have spoken already are developing these ideas. So there is the IAU that now has a working group on the astronomical opportunities from the moon. We have a few representatives here like Richard. I think he's going to speak after me, so he will tell you more about it. But we have COSPAR looking into astrobiology. We have IAA on the far side. And all these different scientific objectives are important to keep in mind because we don't want to lose them. At the same time, in my view at least, an either-or approach will probably not be very successful, because it's not a question that we have to choose one thing over another. Ideally, we should be able to find a way to proceed together on these topics. The fourth topic, obviously, is space resources. This has already been addressed, at least from the legal viewpoint, by the working group on the legal subcommittee. But I want to mention another important thing is that, again, when we speak about lunar resources, most actors don't even know what we mean precisely. And especially, we don't know if those resources are actually mineable for commercial purposes. There is a difference that I learned a few years ago working with some colleagues such as Clive Neal from the University of Notre Dame in the United States that point out a very important difference in the mining industry, which is a resource is not a reserve. A reserve is, let's say, a concentration of resources that you can extract in an economical and efficient manner, which means that we can have resources on the moon, but whether or not we can extract and use them, it depends if they are concentrated in a manner that makes them a reserve. But what is the threshold that we have to understand to have a resource or a reserve? We don't know, and we need to investigate that. So when we think about resources, it's not just the legal aspects, it's the technical aspects. What do we mean by resource? Is solar energy a resource or not? And when we understand what is a resource, can we actually use them? Can we obtain them? Because if they are there in a depth that we cannot reach technologically speaking, what is the point of even discussing about it? We know they're there, but they are unreachable. So it's important to also keep those discussions in mind. And finally, frequencies. We heard yesterday from the colleague from the NASA Spectrum Manager Office and the ITU that this is a key topic because there is going to be no activity on the moon without frequencies. Everyone needs radio communication, and we need the ITU to address this point as soon as possible, I would say. So I'm glad that when we started this discussion, WRC had not happened yet. But in November 2023, they decided that this is the time for the ITU to start diving into these topics. And I remember when we were in the Hague Working Group in 2019, that assumption was not there yet. There was a few countries that were saying it's too early to discuss frequencies in the ITU framework. Giuseppe might remember that. And we were like, but it's important that we start now because the ITU takes 8 years between when you start a discussion and you take a decision. So if we don't begin, we will never get there. And so I'm so happy that now the ITU finally decided to move forward on that. One specific focus on environmental sustainability, which, like I said before, it's emerging as one of the key topics that a few actors want to address right now, because everyone is getting increasingly concerned that we're going to use the lunar environment in an unsustainable manner, which will compromise not only the environment itself, but also our ability to use it successfully for future generations and for a number of different uses. So this is probably something that we all have in common. Everyone will have to deal with the lunar environment, and it's a very hostile environment. So if we don't think sustainably about how we interact with the environment, we're going to create problems for ourselves. And this is a very complicated topic. We need studies. Right now, we're just making assumptions on what can happen if I land on the moon with a certain mass and at a certain velocity, but we're not sure. We need to make studies, and that is number one. Once we have studies, we can look at principles on how do we interact with the lunar environment, and then potentially we can develop guidelines on what are the best practices you need to follow when you are conducting yourself in the lunar environment to avoid that you create damage to yourself or to others or to the environment itself. And this is especially important in the lunar Farside, which is a very special area, as we've seen already, that deserves careful consideration. It deserves even more prudent approach because we don't want to prejudice pristine conditions that we have on the moon Farside or in permanently shadow craters, as you might be interested in different topics. Now, going to the conclusion of this presentation, once we have identified these priorities, once we know what we agree upon, and I would invite all of you to please tell me if you disagree with the 10 topics that are listed in the Lunar Policy Priorities Report. That is not a frozen document. We meant it to be as a living document. So every year we will continue to engage the community to say, are those priorities still relevant for you? Should we change them? Do we have new topics? Did we solve some of the questions and we don't need to worry about them anymore? So please do look at that and let us know if you think some topics should not be there or new topics shouldn't be. Now, when we think about taking action, we have to remember that we live in a regulated environment. And I think that's very important to to remind ourselves, and Fabio did it beautifully, so I don't need to go into the details, but the Outer Space Treaty provides foundational principles. This is a matrix that I created when I was still lecturing at the University of Luxembourg during my PhD studies, which I think gives you a snapshot of what are the key fundamental principles of space law. And those are just principles. As Fabio said, we don't know precisely what they mean in the context of lunar activities. We will need to do interpretation of these principles. We will see how they are implemented and then move forward with the development of deliverables that have to be in line with these principles. So this is the basis that we start from, but the important thing to remind right now is that we need to agree first and foremost on uniform interpretation of these principles, and then we can start implementing them. That's why the discussions in the legal subcommittee are so important, because if we don't know what does it mean that every country shall have free access to all areas of celestial bodies, then we cannot implement rules. We cannot develop rules that implement this principle, and therefore we might risk that we are in contradiction with space law, which will undermine the peaceful uses of the moon for the benefit of all countries. So it's important to look at these principles, understand how do we interpret them, and then work on their implementation. And for that end, based on the 10 priority areas that we have identified, we presented a proposal for what we call a lunar policy decalogue, which is 10 suggested deliverables that address each of the priority areas. And I want to be very clear, the lunar policy decalogue does not belong to the lunar policy platform. It's not even something that we can develop ourselves because we don't have the resources for that. And like I said before, one organization cannot do everything. This is a proposal for the community to say, are you interested in the protection of the lunar far side? Do you think it's important? Please consider working towards a lunar science and ethics charter. And let us know how your discussions are proceeding. If we agree on the deliverables we need and which organization can develop what, we can have a synergistic, holistic, harmonized approach towards lunar policy development. So instead of going each in our own scattered directions, we can all converge towards deliverables that are designed to be integrating with each other. And again, we look forward to having comments. If you think some of these deliverables are not useful, if you think some deliverables are missing, let us know, and we can update them. Nothing is written in stone. We have to use this adaptive governance approach. So the next step for us, at least, is identify the first deliverables that, as the Lunar Policy Platform, we can promote in our capacity, that we can work together with different actors. And a few topics that have been, again, presented to us from stakeholders that we've been interviewing are environmental studies, as I mentioned before, guidelines for objects disposal, which I think, again, it's something that in the past we've been doing probably not with a lot of care on the moon. If you have an orbital mission on the moon, your disposal plan is to crash on the moon. There is no other plan, unless you have energy enough to go into a heliocentric orbit and then dispose somewhere else. But most of the missions, once they run out of fuel, their plan is to crash. Is that really sustainable? Is that the practice that we want to establish for lunar sustainability? And what are the alternatives for that? We don't know, but we need to investigate, because if we create a precedent that it is okay for every mission to just crash on the moon in an uncontrolled manner, we risk a serious interference problem in 5 to 10 years, not even in 20 to 50. It's going to be hunting us very, very soon. And then we have principles for science and ethics. I would say the ethical part, again, is normally overlooked, but it's a very important one. If we want to have the support of the public for lunar activities, we need to show that we're doing it in an ethical manner, which simply means that we are consulting different parties, that we are thinking about the consequences of what we're doing and we're trying to mitigate them. It doesn't mean that we have to solve all the problems. It doesn't mean that we have to adopt even a precautionary approach, but it means that we're thinking about it, that we understand that there are consequences and we try to address them. That is behaving in an ethical manner. But again, what does it mean in the context of lunar activities? We don't know, and probably we need to investigate. So in conclusion, at the Lunar Policy Platform, we see ourselves as a professional global facilitator of consensus between different parties. And we're there to work together with different parties, not to duplicate or replace existing processes, but to help shed light on things that we have in common so that everyone can be more successful at what they do. To start this discussion, we developed our first report on lunar policy priorities, which will show you 10 key areas for safe and sustainable lunar development. And perhaps those will be not new to many, but it will be the first time that you see 30 organizations standing behind them and saying, we agree, those are 10 important topics, beyond what an expert might think. And finally, in order to, let's say, move forward, once we have identified the priorities, we have proposed a lunar policy decalogue to start developing targeted deliverables for safe and sustainable lunar development for the benefit of future generations. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Salmeri. Questions from the audience? Please. The microphone is coming.
Thank you for your presentation, but how are you going to assess this consensus? Consensus is a great thing. In the Beatitude, blessed are the peacemakers. So of course you want to have consensus. How are you going to assess whether you have that, especially involving all the NGOs and private individuals and private entrepreneurs? That's one question. Secondly, I myself, as a specialist in the law of war, I was advisor to the UN on space weapons. No one talks about that. Everyone goes on saying peaceful purposes, ignoring that any weather satellite can also assess what tanks are rolling around. And I'd be very glad to hear if you have a comment on that.
Sure. Thank you very much for both questions. So number one, consensus. You're right that it's not easy to understand where we reach consensus, and it is not our job to do that. We aim to facilitate consensus, which means that we try to engage as many organizations as possible. Right now we have about 40 in our network, and we try to talk to each other and underline what we found to be in common among them. So it's an assessment that we do every year after focus consultations, but then it is for the Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space to actually formalize that consensus. So we present our assessment for the benefit of the member states, and then they will use that in the proper framework within the United Nations to formalize consensus through the processes of the UN Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space. I can say that I can make a rough guess whether we are close to that or not, and on a few things I would say that we are, based on the conversations and the network that we have. But like I said, the LPP that is not a decision-making body. We are a facilitator, and we try to work towards consensus, but whether that has been achieved or not, it's a decision that it's taken in the appropriate multilateral forum. In terms of weaponization, I fully understand your point when we think about Earth orbit, because we know that under Article 4 of the Outer Space Treaty, we strive for the peaceful use of outer space, but the interpretation of peaceful means non-aggressive. So it means that there is the legal possibility to use space for military purposes, especially for indirect support to military operation, and I think we've seen that in a number of conflicts recently. But for the moon, the situation is different, because we have a principle of exclusively peaceful purposes, which is interpreted by the large majority of, I would say, academics and also by states to prevent any sort of military involvement in the moon. And I would say also, again, because we know so little about the lunar environment, no one in their right mind would even think about deploying any military weapon on the moon, because the consequences are so unpredictable that it would be just a huge risk to their own safety. It would be something that it's not in their interest as well. There is nothing that is worth, I would say, military conflict on the moon right now. And I would say if we break that principle of exclusively peaceful purposes, it will be to the detriment of all parties. So if you think about, in terms of Nash theories, so in terms of equilibrium, I would say that no actor right now would make the move of any militarization of the moon, even if it's prohibited, because it's not in their interest. So I'm not too worried about that for the moon. I would be much more worried about low Earth orbit, but thankfully that's not my area of work, so I can skip that.
Hi, that was a fascinating talk. And just one little thing you mentioned, which I'm particularly keen on, is you mentioned solar power as a resource, which I understand is not being considered by the COPUOS working group. Is that correct?
It's a great question. I don't have an opinion on whether solar power is or not a resource, but it's a question that has been asked, I can tell you, in COPUOS. Right now, several countries that have submitted documents to the working group on space resources do not consider solar energy as a space resource for the purposes of the working group. So I would encourage you, if you go to the website of the working group on the legal aspects of space resources, you can just Google it and you'll find it. There is a recent submission from the Chinese delegation, which is quite fascinating, and they touch upon this topic, and they say, we don't think space resources should be, we don't think solar energy should be considered as a space resources within the mandate of the working group, but we believe it may be considered a resource under other frameworks. So I think that is currently the best assessment we can make. I would say that the Hague Working Group also provided a definition of what a space resource is, and solar energy is not included in that, to my knowledge. It's only minerals that you can extract plus water, and it has to be abiotic, so it does not have to be life, obviously. But whether or not solar energy is a resource will have to be assessed by the working group. And I can tell you there are a few countries that insist it should be considered a resource, and we will need to see in the next international conference that is taking place in just a few weeks in Vienna, what consensus will be reached on that. But I think we can say it will probably be excluded, if I have to make a guess.
I think that's a little unfortunate because it's such a limited resource at the poles. There's only very small areas where you can get semi-continuous solar power. So it will be a contested space.
I agree with you, but then the resource is not the energy in itself, it's the location, right? So that is another interesting thing you can find in the Chinese submission, is that they say we should consider resource also limited locations, such as the peak of eternal lights, as they're called, or the permanently shadow craters. So with that, I fully agree with you, but the regulation will be who gets to the spot rather than how much energy you can use from those spots, I think. Thank you.
Let's thank again. Our next presenter is approaching. Good. He is Richard Green, Professor Richard Green of the International Astronomical Union, University of Arizona. And the title of his presentation is the IAU Working Group on Astronomy on the Moon, Current Policy Concerns. There you go. Just in case, the big one is the pointer, back and forth.
Excellent. Thank you.
Can you check if it's working? Good. Thank you.
Thank you, Niccolo, and thanks especially to Dr. Marconi for organizing this important meeting. It really matters that we consider these issues and start acting now. So you will soon learn that I'm not an expert in either policy or space law or anything else, but I have been asked by our professional society, the International Astronomical Union, to stand up a working group of such experts so that we can really work on protection of options for doing astronomy on the moon quite generally. So you heard the talk by Lorena yesterday, and you saw how persuasive that was. Within a month of her presenting that white paper to the IAU with her recommendations and statement of the problem, they stood up this working group last summer. So it operates under the auspices of the commission, a standing commission in the Organization for Protection of Astronomical Sites, which is highly appropriate. And she showed us what the IAU should be doing. So now my intention is to show you what we've actually started doing and what we aspire to do. The good news is that these working groups do not have to be members. composed of actual astronomy members of the society so that we can bring in the kind of expertise that we need to address these problems. And so therefore, here's an initial list. We really want to be as inclusive as possible here. And so if you have an interest in participating and would like to contribute to what we are doing, we would appreciate that very much. Well, as a review, it's the science that motivates all of this and always, and it's the science that actually excites the policymakers and the people who write the checks. So we can't ever forget that. And so for the far side, the primary problem, as we've heard, is the exploration of the cosmic dark ages. Before stars and galaxies formed, there was a clumpiness in the primordial gas that is detectable at a very weak level and requires very high angular resolution and sensitivity in order to map this signal and see how structure was forming. And so you heard Martin give us this very important structural background talk here, where to achieve that kind of resolution and sensitivity requires a very large array of what, to me looks like a barbed wire fence. I mean, very simple dipole antenna that you lay out over a very large area to get these extremely low frequencies. And so if there are only a small, less than a handful of sites that are big enough, then we have an issue, because other uses, we really have to have exclusive access to a site like that in order to be actually free from the low frequency radio interference. And this gets into a speculation, which you will hear from our colleagues talking about ITU, but it is not for this problem. There are many problems in radio astronomy. For this problem, the very low frequency radiation is from unshielded circuitry, from electric motors, from the operations of the routine equipment that would be operating on the surface. So we can imagine three possible regimes. One is that the ITU takes on the regulation of all radiation, no matter how it's generated, and then ITU regulation would actually set how people can build lunar rovers. That doesn't go very well on Earth. It didn't go very well in the US Congress, where they said, that's like having the Federal Communications Commission tell you how to build a large trailer truck because they have a little radio in it. So it's going to be resisted. And so then to have a zone where you know that you will be protected, the middle ground is that maybe you're protected from above by regulation. For a satellite that's intended to be communications, they could be turned off in their primary bands, and they can be regulated so that they don't inadvertently broadcast in low frequency bands, but you're still going to have rovers on the ground. So not only do you need that 200-kilometer flat crater, there's going to, in addition, likely need a buffer keep-out zone where you are free from radio transmission. And so there's a lot we need to learn on the science side to know how to maintain a truly radio quiet area that takes full advantage of the shielding from the Earth when there is human activity going on elsewhere. But there is other astronomical science that we want to do on the moon. So the problem of creating scientific preserves isn't limited to that shielded zone on the far side. The poles are wonderful because you have access to almost half the sky almost all the time. And so for the problem of characterizing planets around other stars, you really want to be able to follow them in their orbits with near continuity as the phase in which their host star illuminates them changes. And when they transit in front of their host star, you can then really get the spectra of their atmospheres. And in addition, going back to the far side, as you heard yesterday, ultimately, with an array of the kind of sensitivity we talked about, you can see the magnetospheres of individual exoplanets at their very faint level at the typical megahertz frequencies that aurorae actually emit. So that's where we talked about the cold, the very naturally cold regions, because it's the infrared that you really want to look in. And those Martin told you about in real detail. If any one of them was to be reserved for science, there would have to be a process by which that could happen, because they will be contested for their resources by many groups with many interests. And finally, gravitational waves. The moon is a unique platform for that because it's so much more seismically quiet than the Earth, at least now. And there are many ways that you can take advantage of that, but having that lower frequency range, as Martin told you, allows you to see the wind-up just before a massive black hole merger, and the lower frequencies also give you access to other kinds of merging compact objects. So it really, and it's intermediate between what you can do on Earth with LIGO and Virgo and Kagra arrays and what you can do with LISA in space. Those two frequency ranges barely overlap, and this spans that gap. So the moon is really a unique platform for gravitational wave science. There are multiple ways to do it. A fascinating one is having an array of cryogenic seismometers planted around a crater floor in one of those cold craters to watch the moon getting distorted by the passage of gravitational waves. And mind you, they are measuring things to the precision of a fraction of a diameter of an atomic particle. So it's not a big displacement, but it's measurable. Another approach is to have a sort of classical laser interferometer, maybe around a crater rim. That can go nearly anywhere and isn't cryogenic, but needs not to be disturbed. You can't have landing sites very close, and you'd have to figure out how close. You can't have people doing their blasting and processing of tons of rock to extract helium very close by. So there has to be a zone in order to carry out this very sensitive observation. So, in summary, low-frequency radio. For a cooled infrared telescope, these are special sites. For gravitational waves, the sites themselves are less special, but there cannot be interfering activity very close by. So, what are the goals of our working group? Well, first of all, we need to engage with the entire astronomy community, because you've heard just a sampling here of the aspirations of what people want to do on the moon as a platform. We have to start right now doing that flow down that Martin said. We have to calculate what are the noise tolerances, what are the seismic noise tolerances, and then understand the places where you can be and how far away anybody else's activity can be. A second goal is to support our spectrum managers. You'll hear all about it from them shortly, but the astronomers need to provide the scientific case. What do we want to study? What is the frequency range that needs protection? And then have them go and fight that battle, because you saw the frightening allocation of spectrum already on the moon. They've eaten up a number of bands just in thinking about the kinds of communications networks they want to set up. We go at this from the approach that astronomy owns all the bands in the shielded zone, and you have to make an exception case for any communications use, but that doesn't seem to be happening. So in any case, we need to stake our frequency ground and let them know in no uncertain terms. And as I mentioned, people who are measuring the faint cosmic signal at megahertz range will need to set a tolerance level for artificial contribution to what the galaxy foreground is providing in its darkest places. And then there's going to have to be some calculation to say, okay, for an unshielded circuit, how far away can that be before it contributes an unacceptably high level? And that will set this keep out radius. So we have a lot of homework to do before defining the kinds of areas that need to be the specific areas that we say, this is a scientific area, this has to be free of all interference. This can't be a go-it-alone process. You have heard over and over this morning that all the scientifically oriented NGOs and all the policy-oriented NGOs really have to come to a common understanding, link arms, and present a very unified case to the policy bodies in order to have an impact. And so, thanks to Giuseppe, IAU is now represented on the GEGSLA working group that's talking about how you preserve sites. We support the development of the LPP policy that Antonino just told you about, the policy approach. We are making common cause with the IAA, with IAF, with Open Lunar, with For All Moonkind, Secure World, and International Institute of Space Law. So we have together already co-sponsored communications with the United Nations. And so we are coming to this game relatively late, but know that there's been a lot of pioneering policy work, and this is how we are going to add astronomy's voice. And that voice for site protection, as opposed to frequency interference, is probably going to need to go through the Commission on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, because that is the body that is the custodian of the Outer Space Treaty. So at the meeting of the Science and Technical Subcommittee, we just presented a conference room paper which was endorsed by the organizations that I just showed you on the previous page, and are planning to come back to full Copolis in June, again with a jointly endorsed paper about astronomy's needs for having sites that are free of interference. And as you've heard several times, we got a surprise boost this time from the Romanian delegation to set up this action team, and that's the sort of most casual structure in what the United Nations Commission can do, and they can involve NGOs as well as national delegations. So all that list of groups can actually be a part of this, and we intend to be. So we're mildly optimistic. The legal subcommittee, they have to make sure that they have separate remits from the legal subcommittee's group on space resources that you just heard about. So that's going to be carefully defined so that this is truly technical and operational, but that is a very good start for us. And the proposal that was presented to the Science and Technical Subcommittee specifically had protection of scientific sites as one of its goals. So it's already been recognized, and we can hope to carry that forward. Ultimately, we'd like to develop some model policy, and so you've heard expert discussion already about a possible legal basis or legal framework from which that can be done. The Artemis Accords are the modern sort of multiple bilateral definition of, operational definition of how you interpret the Outer Space Treaty to work on the moon. And there is, as people talked about, how to do that? Okay, people talked about this concept of a safety zone. The challenge of the safety zone is that it is defined as the place within which you might be conducting interfering activities, so that you draw the perimeter around it, and if you're inside that, you are subject to interference and you've been warned. We need the opposite case, clearly. We need to be able to draw a zone and saying, inside this, please don't interfere. And so it has to be the flip. Now, you know, there is an analogy in the ITU, right? Because radio astronomy is a passive service. It isn't allocated frequencies in order to broadcast. It's allocated frequencies that need to be kept quiet. So the UN has set up such structures in the past. It's a question of whether this can be inverted for that scientific use, as Martin pointed out. There is another framework, of course. It's Russia and China have no love for the Artemis Accords, and they're very unlikely to sign on to them. And when this topic comes up in the Science and Technical Subcommittee, they talk about the Moon Treaty. Well, the Moon Treaty isn't widely loved either, but it built on the Antarctic Treaty and was very clear about that there was a definition of scientific preserves that, you know, was at least signed on to by some number of parties. So there is a precedent that we might be able to draw on to say, you know, there is a way, at least in the past, that people have thought about lunar scientific preserves. Maybe we can bring that up again. And that document is so old, the UN posts it as a picture rather than a text. Okay. So what do we want to do? We want to help, we as astronomers want to help catalyze these processes. This challenge is for the ITU to set aggregate limits. We have the same darn problem with low Earth orbit. There is a limit on the amount of in-band interference that you can get for a protected astronomy band, but no one figures out that there are going to be 300 satellites all leaking into that band, and so only each one satellite gets only 1/300th of the allocation. There's an aggregate process that needs to be thought about and needs to have a forward plan in it, and that is a big challenge. We would love to see, and whether that language is a treaty or just an operational agreement, how does anyone make a claim for use of a site, temporary or permanent? How do you resolve competing claims, and how do you get an international process that then allows everyone to agree and say, yes, that site is to be used for a telescope and not a mine. That site could be used for a mine, and therefore you don't want to put your telescope there. And you do all that without blowing up the non-appropriation principle, which is to say, you know, no one person can stake a claim and say this part of the moon is mine. So how do we manage the need to have sites free of interference to do astronomy with the need to say everyone has access to all of the moon, which is that principle. So in addition, so that's what we're working on, we've hit the ground running as best we could. There are some additional goals that are really important. One is that, I mean, and we've heard such promising words from ESA, but we really need to engage national space agencies to make them aware that in their lunar plans, they need to be considerate of these astronomy needs. We often get a deer in the headlights response when we say you have to shield all your circuitry and have quiet motors, and they said nobody ever told us that. So it just really enhancing communication for the big lunar plans for the national space agencies is important. What frightens me is that almost all the national policies right now are strongly endorsing commercial space, that they have a national interest in developing a space economy and promoting industry and commercial access to the moon for commercial purposes. And what we've seen, I absolutely agree that everybody participates in the legal framework. They register it because they have to, and they have to abide by the rules. But their approach is therefore to get the rules changed in their favor. And that happens over and over again, and it's expensive to shield, at least they think. It costs them more to have clean and quiet circuits, and they would like to, there is a profit element in commercial space that is not present in civilian space agencies, and they're going to push very hard to have the cheapest, fastest way to get things done, and will try to weaken these protections that we need. So that's the political reality, and science is going to have a very strong voice to have the protections that we need for these sites. And I thank Antonino for bringing this up. We need to engage our own community looking inward in what it means to have ethical conduct of research on the moon. So in other words, how do we do our science in a sense that it is non-appropriation? Can we devise a fair process where everyone in the world can compete, and then someone wins and they say, fine, we agree, it's their site for now. That's how you allocate geostationary orbit. Do you open up saying there's going to be an infrared telescope array here, every country and every astronomer can participate in this project? Is it sufficient to provide immediate open access data when one group builds a facility? Or do we have to say, in all cases, it's a finite period of use? We will have this gravitational wave detector occupying this crater for 15 years, and then it's done, and then the miners can come in. How do we do this? And truly, from every interaction we have with the astronomy community, they are in support of long-term sustainability, but these are the big issues that Antonino and others have brought up, that we have to conduct our research in conformance with these long-term sustainability principles. So this is the statement that we made to the Science and Technical Subcommittee of COPUOS this time, and these are very general principles that we absolutely endorse and agree with, but that we require specific locations, which we need to jump on, identify, and prioritize right now on the basis of some serious modeling, and they need to be protected from interference. And this process has some time, but we need to have it in place by the time the prototyping is done and people are getting serious, because the science programs I saw you are the long-term goals. Those big facilities, we're talking decades, but we have to set the structure in place now, and our goal is to work with all the organizations who are working together for these goals. So, thanks.
Questions?
Thanks, Richard. Ian Crawford from Birkbeck College. I'm still troubled by this concern that seems to be that identifying sites of scientific interest might violate the non-appropriation principle. I mean, I've just checked the wording of Article 2 of the Outer Space Treaty. It's nations, it's states parties that cannot assert national appropriation. So I don't see how reaching international agreement on a site of scientific interest could count as national appropriation.
So this plays into this question, and then I think you've sparked a discussion here, but it plays into that question of who does a project. If it's an international consortium, then at least that's somewhat different than if it's one country's gravitational wave detector. But if we as scientists say we want to run a competitive process to put the best instrument in that unique site, and it ends up being one country's instrument, is that okay?
But I think that isn't the way you do it. I mean, I think the Moon Agreement, it's Article 7.3, isn't it, that you showed of the Moon Agreement, which clearly identifies the need to identify sites of special scientific interest so that they can become scientific preserves. So I mean, I know that the Moon Agreement doesn't have much take-up. So the question is whether this phrase can be sort of cut out of the Moon Agreement and an agreement reached that we could reach internationally agreed scientific preserves, which would then not count as national appropriation because they're internationally agreed scientific preserves.
And so the pragmatist in me, and then Antonino certainly will have a good response, says that this has been addressed twice. It's an annex to the Antarctic Treaty, and it was a clause, specifically here in the Moon Treaty. So the concept of having a scientific preserve is clearly there. And the policy person in me says, how do we generate enough political support to counteract the commercial interest people who say, we're going to invoke access to the whole moon because we want to do our activities anywhere we choose. So there will be actually, I could view it two ways. One is the way that Antonino said was a threat yesterday, namely that, a miner will want access to, exclusive access to an area. If one country wants to start mining and another country comes in and sets up their equipment, and that's a natural source of international conflict. So you don't want to do that either. So we have common cause. The question is, how do we do that? Do we try to sell the case that science is a special, exalted activity that deserves special status? Or do we try to say, we have common interest with your business, we both want to claim a site and use it for our exclusive purposes? And those are two very different approaches, and I don't know which one has more political traction. But Antonino had a response.
Thanks, Richard. I think this was a wonderful presentation, and thanks, Ian, for bringing up this point for discussion again. It's such an interesting conversation to have, honestly. And I want to clarify from my personal viewpoint, I'm not opposed to the idea of having scientific sites. I'm thinking with my lawyer hat on, what could be the risk of it, and how can we do it in a way that is actually not backfiring in the future. Now, when you read, thank you, Richard, for bringing it up, the text of the Moon Agreement, you will say that it says that there is consideration that may be given for the designation of areas that could then lead to certain protective arrangements to be agreed upon in consultation with the competent body. So it's a long process that the Moon Agreement says has to be taken. It starts with someone saying, we might want to consider that, and therefore there will be discussion with the competent bodies of the UN. So the Moon Agreement doesn't give a mechanism for doing it. It just says, if we want to talk about it, that's something worth talking about it. But it doesn't say, let's do it, and it doesn't give a mechanism for doing it. Then whether or not we can do it, it's a question of form, and it's a question of substance. Now, into the non-appropriation principle, formally, as you said, if we have something that is designed by consensus, by a UN authority, let's say, we could potentially say that this is not in violation of the non-appropriation principle. Although, it is important to remember, like I said yesterday, that the Antarctic Treaty and the UNCLOS are very different legal regime than the Aerospace Treaty. In the Antarctic Treaty, for example, there is nothing like the non-appropriation principle. There is a different clause that says that there are states that have issued sovereign claims over Antarctica and that those claims are frozen for the time being as long as the treaty is in force. And so we come from a different perspective that we already thought about dividing Antarctica in pieces, and then we agreed not to do it because we couldn't essentially find consensus that would not lead to war, and therefore states said, okay, we're going to renounce to our claims if you renounce to your claims. But it's a different principle than saying no one can have any legal claim. So that's one thing to keep in mind. In the UNCLOS, there is instead the idea that there is a body that will distribute claims over the deep seabed, and therefore that there is legitimacy for doing that. And again, in both there is the acknowledgement in those treaties that science is special and that we have to preserve science in those areas. There is no such thing in the Outer Space Treaty. And so, again, to justify something like that, we would need to probably add a clause to the international space law that says science is more important. And we, because of that, agree that certain areas have to be protected. Now, can we get to that consensus? I don't know. But the point that I want to make is also that, substantively speaking, if you start with this reasoning, this may open the door to a colonization approach to the moon, which says, okay, we split the moon in 5 to 6, 7, 8 areas. You go there and you do your thing. Someone else will go there and they do their thing. And that is exactly the substantive status that the non-appropriation principle wants to prevent, that we cannot have this approach when we think about the moon, that we split it. And essentially, as long as we don't interfere with each other, you can just own the place, even just substantively, without any problem. And that's why I'm not sure that this approach, either or, is substantively in line with the principle. You may say that it's formally not violating it because it's the UN, but I would say the heart behind the non-appropriation is to avoid this, distribution mentality that you just say and take a part, and I take another piece, and someone else is taking another piece, because this breaks down the unity of the moon as something that is the province of all humankind. So that is what I'm mostly worried about.
I would say two more questions from Mr. Antonucci and Martin Dominic. Then please save your smoking guns for maybe the round table that will take place at the end of the day, so we can keep the questions going.
I was not. I am of the Istituto Nazionale di Astrofisica, and just a curiosity, how the COSPA, the Committee for Space Research, which is the largest organization of space scientists and space science and research, is involved, apart from the normal documents and inputs that they send to COPWAS, the different, because I think also they have some, I didn't see up to now mentioned this.
I'll defer to Giuseppe and Ian for that.
Well, as we saw yesterday, in the working group within the GEXLAR, there is a working group related to the lunar environment, which is co-chaired by Ian Crawford and Jean-Claude Worms, which is the executive secretary of COSPAR. And COSPAR is heavily involved in this mechanism. And what we have been discussing the other day is that we will bring all together these different bodies by coordination together with the IU, and they will take care of the scientific aspect related to astronomy, which is what they belong. Everything else, which will be taken care of by this other group, COSPAR, and one and the other. Yeah, that's okay.
Martin Dominic from the University of St. Andrews. Just a brief comment. The conflict that you mentioned about diverging interests, this is exactly where Article 9 of the Outer Space Treaty kicks in, because that says if there are parties with different interests, you have to first seek international consultation before you go ahead. And that is exactly why we're here. That also makes the point that the discussions about space resources and the moon Farside protection, they're intrinsically linked, because they should actually be discussed together in a common context.
That, of course, you are absolutely right, and these two worldviews that we have, namely, we would like to think that science is an activity that has priority like this compared to the commercial use of space. If that were the case, then we would have a very strong way to go forward with scientific preserves and complain about interference. But this other world that we're in, where all the uses of the moon have sort of that are peaceful, have equal status, so that the commercial use and the scientific use could both exert a claim, and then at the moment, there is no clear path to resolving a conflicting claim. And that's where we really think that we have to stand up some kind of internationally agreed mechanism so that we, even if we can satisfy non-appropriation in the way that we do these preserves, there needs to be a way to establish these places in the first place and put the boundary around and say, you know, this is for international science. So I completely agree.
Let's thank the speaker again. Thank you, Professor Green. There's a break now. I ask all of you to be back by 11:30 so we can keep going with the remaining presentation in the morning. Thank you. No, thank you for coming. It is a very pleasure.
Yeah, I have the same problem as Kathy yesterday. She had to leave because of the F7B meeting.
Yeah, and you were there yesterday?
I was there yesterday. I drove by car.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I figured out it was better to drive by car than go by plane.
Where is it? In Geneva?
Geneva, yeah.
Yeah. How long it took?
I think 45 hours.
Yeah.
It's bearable. There's so many tunnels and road construction.
Yeah, unfortunately, road work is an issue. Tunnels, yeah, you have to go through the Alps.
Tunnels
so,
are tunnels.
Yeah. the road works is not pleasant. Okay.
Are you going to Geneva from time to time?
Well, we are planning to go to Geneva maybe around May to the ITU to discuss. That was Claudio's plan. I don't know if we are going to, but those are the plans.
But he is here.
Yes.
He's
So you only know each other's. You all know each other's.
Yeah, certainly him. He is sort of omnipresent there.
Yeah. Well, very good, very good. I think he has to say something about ITU that came up during this symposium. So I'm expecting a very good presentation of his, and I know yours will be as well.
It's very formal, very on the surface, detailed at the same time. Let's see.
And
just informative.
Will you be in Milan for the IAC in October?
I haven't planned anything yet.
Okay. Well, I'll let you know because we asked for a special session about Farside protection. If you are there, I will ask you if you can, if you like, to give a presentation at this special session as well. It's gonna be only 10 minutes, I think, but you will let me know.
Thanks a lot. Let's talk about this later on. I need to have some motivation for that. So if I'm sort of being invited, then I can argue with my bosses.
Sure. Well, if you let me know what you need, I think I can provide it. But we will discuss it.
Yeah, let's discuss it.
Sure.
We certainly have a financial problem with this.
I know. I understand. Yeah.
No, it's simply because I'm very expensive and attending a lot of international.
Okay, understood.
Stuff. So
Well, you are just like the Sevilla's barber. Everybody wants you.
Right. Yeah, it's a nice feeling.
Let me introduce you.
Hopefully nobody heard you.
Hello. We can kickstart the second part of the meeting in this morning. And our next presenter is Dr. Gyula Joza. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. And he's from the Max Planck Institute for Radio Astronomy and CRAF, the Committee on Radio Astronomy Frequencies. And he will talk about involvement of radio astronomy in regulation of lunar communication. The stage is yours.
Yes, thanks a lot for having me here. So I want to talk about the involvement of radio astronomy in regulation of communication. So it's basically what organizations that represent astronomy in spectrum management are doing. So I cannot do this without first introducing the ITU or the mechanisms in the ITU. Vadim later, I think directly after me, will do this much better than I can do, but this is basically the space that we are operating in. The ITOR, I can also come just closer and that solves it as well. ITOR is one of the oldest, or the oldest UN organizations from 1965, and defines the rules of sharing the spectrum, the radio spectrum. It's one of the most important organizations for modern life to actually work, and it works quite in the quiet. So not many people are usually aware of what is being done. So, what does the ITU do? It defines rules for services, so divides the world into radio services. So, for example, how this thing connects. This has a certain range of frequencies. It's a service. Mobile telecommunication is a different service, and it assigns frequencies. For this, it maintains a frequency allocation table and a set of rules, and this frequency allocation table assigns these frequency ranges to all the services, and radio astronomy is one of them. These rules and the frequency allocation table can be changed every 3 to 4 years in the World Radio Communication Conferences, one of which has happened just last year. And these are not your radio astronomy conference that you go for, give a talk, and then have a nice listening. There will be a conference of taking 4 weeks with very intensive negotiations taking place. Then, in between these WRCs, there are study cycles where the ITU will produce reports on spectrum use, recommendations, and well, that is done in so-called study groups. For radio astronomy, this would be study group 7D. The Radio Communication Bureau will then take care that these rules are recorded and properly observed in collaboration with the national regulatory authorities who are responsible for the implementation on their territory of these rules that are developed. So this is the complex that we are working in, and you can understand that radio astronomy as a so-called passive service has to observe their interests, or our interests. We have to observe our interests to be recognized in the radio regulations and by the ITU. So now you can tell me, or you can tell me which one of these services in this nice colorful table represents radio astronomy. It's one of the yellows, yeah? And let's have a maybe closer look here. Just showing that radio astronomy is using a whole lot of spectrum that is not allocated to radio astronomy. That's called opportunistic observing. We're allowed to do that. And the white stripes here, the white stuff, that is what is allocated to radio astronomy. Below 10 gigahertz, it's about 1.6% of the spectrum where we do have one proper allocation, where we can claim, okay, this is ours, don't use it. What's happening? Okay. So these are the actors. On an international level, we have IUCAF, that is sort of representing the international astronomy, and then there are regional organizations that comprise the national representatives of radio astronomy. So one of it is GRAPH, and one of it is RAFCAP, on behalf of who I'm giving this presentation today. If you have interest in getting into contact, I think, I don't know, will we be putting these talks online? There are the links that you can see there. GRAPH. So in this context, the GRAPH's mission is, as I said, so there is the need to represent astronomy, and we're doing this since years as well, is to keep the allocated radio astronomy frequency bands free from interference and ensure the access and availability of the radio spectrum for the scientific needs. We also support the scientific community when they want to use spectrum for their research. We are active in several ways. Firstly, we intervene. We are trying to represent radio astronomy's interests at national and international level. We also provide software, harmonized RFI monitoring. We provide a handbook, we do outreach, and that's basically the whole scope of what we're doing. Unfortunately, the RAFCAP representative cannot be here today. RAFCAP is basically the Asian Pacific organization representing spectrum management and radio astronomy. It's also has basically a very similar focus to keep the frequency bands free from interference that are assigned to radio astronomy, and to argue for the scientific needs in national and international frameworks. So we have very similar targets and very similar goals, and we also are staying in contact, but these are the two regional organizations on behalf of which I'm giving the presentation here. Okay, then let's switch to the moon. After I've given you this background. So the good news are that radio astronomy in the shielded zone of the moon already enjoys a very comprehensive protection. It's already there, and we can. I will discuss the ITUR radio regulations. It's your international treaty that people have to adhere, or nations have to adhere. There is a recommendation that specifies how to, or let's say, interprets the radio regulations, and then also cites other recommendations by reference. So this is all a very settled framework that we can operate in already. The field is evolving fast though, so we have an official question at ITUR level, which we are trying to address at the level of ITUR, and what the issues are connected to that, I will let you know in a moment. From the astronomical point of view, the task here is to harmonize and sustain the protection. So we need to be attentive. We need to have a look at how the radio regulations are implemented, and I'll come to that. I mean, Richard already hinted at that, or told us how we would need to do that. The optical and multi-messenger astronomy on the moon isn't sufficiently supported yet. So Richard also referred to that, and I think this has been mentioned in several places here, that there are some fields that are not addressed at ITUR level and should be. Just to give you the definition, this has probably been discussed already. Unfortunately, I could only join today. This is the shielded zone of the moon. So take a radius around the center of the Earth, 100,000 kilometers wide, and what the moon shields from that? That is the shielded zone of the moon, and that is what is protected by ITOR. That's a difference of 23.2 degrees. So it says in the recommendation 769 that I was referring to just now. So there you have your legal, if you want, definition of what is protected in the radio regime. I do not want to read out loud, but this is the whole text that you can find in the radio regs regarding the protection in the shielded zone of the moon. And here it already says, emissions causing harmful interference into the radio astronomy observations and other uses of the passive band shall be prohibited in the entire frequency spectrum. This is a very strong type of protection that is provided. This is how we can translate it. You find it in sections 2022 to 2225. But as always, there must be exceptions. We cannot entertain radio astronomy without any communication. There are exceptions, and this is space research. Basically, anything that is connected to research in space using active sensors, so transmitting, radio transmitting. But this is tied to research. And also in the context of supporting space research, there are certain services that are allowed transmission. Space operation service, I mean, how do you operate your spacecraft to land there is required. We cannot argue about that. Earth exploration service and radio location, which is basic radar from top. So there is some room of interpretation, but I haven't talked to anyone who would deny that this very strong protection of radio astronomy has to be observed. So there is a recommendation tied to that. Recommendations are basically specifying and specifications and interpretations of what you can find in the radio regs, and sometimes a little bit beyond, explaining the technical context for some text in the radio regulations. So, and we have also since long recommendation 479, which refers to resolution B15, and actually in the recommendation it says B16, which is a mistake. So the emissions are limited to 2 to 3 gigahertz and another band, 1 gigahertz wide, to be identified. So this is thought as an alternative band to the 2 to 3 gigahertz band that can be switched in coordination with astronomy or passive services to enable communication. So this is the very strong interpretation, and this is definitely what also plays a big role in the ITU. We can cite this recommendation and say this is how it should be interpreted. So what is recommended is the consideration of radio astronomy in the shielded zone of the moon, to make provisions and follow the preliminary guidelines in this recommendation. So, and here's another thing. So, since it's so old and no radio astronomy projects had been done back then or haven't been in planning back then, it's called a preliminary guideline. Funnily, there L2 is also mentioned there, such that people should take care that from L2 emissions should be reduced. Okay. Then it refers to the spectrum available on Earth, of course, on the Moon. What we should do is make the spectrum available that is not available on Earth, either through interference or not interference. It's actually not defined as interference, but impact of other transmission on Earth in bands that are allocated to other services. Due to the lack of atmosphere, of course, we can observe beyond, I mean, through the absorption that is given by the atmosphere or the shielding that is due to the ionospheric effects. So below 30 gigahertz, no observations on Earth can be done, which is why today also the observations are on the Moon, or experiments on the Moon, concentrate on frequencies below 30 megahertz. The recommendation then tells us about lines, atomic lines, and gives a recommendation that radio communication can be done above 25 gigahertz. This recommendation also refers to two other recommendations which lists lines which are important to radio astronomy, also recommended by the IAU, or supported, provided, orientating on the bands, on the International Astronomical Union lists. Although the redshift or the double shift ranges are very small in this recommendation, so this is something that we need to take care of. On the Moon, we want to have large redshift ranges, and that's also mentioned in recommendation 479, that we want to observe, and therefore we need to take care that these recommendations are interpreted correctly in the context of lunar exploration in the radio astronomy services. So, as I said, it's an evolving field, and therefore there has been an official question about the operation characteristics of radio astronomy on the Moon, the lunar environment and support systems that are required for astronomy, which are currently being evolved in two draft reports, one on frequency, one on operations. And these are important, because this will be what ITOR will then refer to when they indeed define those frequencies that that will be used for communication, for required communication and support services. Agenda item 1.15. How many time? It's over? 2 minutes. Oh, wonderful. Okay, so we have one agenda item. So this is some new, let's say, a big study question, and with the possibility to change the radio regulations, has been submitted and accepted by the WRC in the past year on the radio communication on the Moon. Kathy Shem will probably have informed you about that. So in principle, this question addresses communication on the Moon and which frequencies should be used there. Fortunately, two things have been recognized: radio astronomy and the radio recs, as well as, for the first time, I think, unintended electromagnetic radiation. So this is the noise that any electric device makes, and is usually regulated by EMC, electromagnetic compatibility. Regulation, it's not regulation, it's standardization. And in space, this usually concerns only communication between, or the harmonization between launcher and payload. So this, as Richard pointed out, is not regulated yet by I2R, but it has been recognized as a problem, so we have to watch that and see how it evolves. In summary, radio astronomy is represented in spectrum management by several organizations, and the ITU provides a spectrum table in which, and regulations, regulatory text in which radio astronomy on the moon, on the shielded zone of the moon, is well protected. Pieces that are missing is, indeed, we need to really define the frequencies that are needed for astronomy. There is a limit in the regulation of unintended electromagnetic radiation, noise, and optical and multi-messenger astronomy, as Richard outlined, are certainly not covered well at the I2R level. Thank you.
Questions?
Richard Green of IAU. What's your crystal ball say about where ITUR might end up on regulating the unintended low-frequency radiation?
Yeah, that's a difficult one. So I cannot tell any. I mean, that would be. There is actually somebody who might know. So I have talked to a few people about that, and some think that it should be, to some extent, be studied and included. And some are very critical about this because it's not genuine I2R territory. But I think Vadim will talk about this.
And let's thank the speaker again. Thank you, Dr. Josa. Our next speaker is Dr. Vadim Notstrin, and he is the counselor for ITU R Study Group 7, Radio Communication Bureau. And he's going to talk about International Spectrum Management System for Space Radio Communication Service. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Yes, thank you for having me here, but I have heard so many information already about ITU that I don't know if I need to speak. Yes, my name is Vadim Notstrin, and I'm counselor of study groups in Radio Communication Bureau of ITU. And actually, my objective of my talk that during first day, yesterday, I have heard a lot of concerns about non-efficient spectrum management system on the moon. My main objective is to ensure you that everything is under control of ITU, and we have very strong international spectrum management system, not only for moon, but for Mars, for deep space, for everything. And it works perfectly until this time. And we do our best to combine efforts of many engineers in the world to do our best in this area. So I'm not a lawyer. However, no, it's not the first one. So first of all, It's slightly pity for me to listen that we are a branch of UN. So as you can see, structure of UN is very complex, and besides principal organs, we have a number of different agencies, and as you can see, we have category specialized agencies, and International Telecommunication Union is specialist agency of United Nations with specific mandate, like World Meteorological Organization or World Health Organization. Yes, like my colleague said, we are oldest UN agency. We were established in 1865 when humanity decided to establish a global maritime safety system. And actually, we, as you can see, we were married with UN only in 1947. And we are one of the biggest UN agencies, as you can see, 193 states. I could repeat, 193 states. And we are open for participation of industry and scientific organization. So we have so-called sector members. About nowadays, it's about 900 sector members. It's a space agency, operators, telecom industry. So I could say main player in the field of radio communication. And as you can see, 100 academies participate in, contribute in our activity. It's a university, mainly university. Of course, they are not involved. Sector members and academies, they have no right to participate in decision-making process. However, they contribute a lot in our study. And yes, headquarters of ITU is located in Geneva with 600 employees about, and we have 12 regional offices worldwide. Yeah, this is what I want to say, that I'm not a lawyer. However, I would like to speak a little bit space regulation. So I don't want to repeat, like distinguished colleague expert in treatment. I don't want to explain what means main basic provision for space regulation, like space treaty and risk agreement. But yesterday I asked a question that if you can find something about spectrum in these treaties. Yes, you can, with reference to ITU constitutions. So why we have so many specialized UN agencies? Because we have specific mandate. And space and international treaty says, like for example, UN Resolution 3792, that everything what concerns spectrum management and radiation from the satellite in space should be in accordance with relevant instrument of International Telecommunication Union and Constitution. So, as you can see, I don't want to read all, but with respect of unavoidable overspill of the radiation of the satellite signal, the relevant instrument of the International Telecommunication Union shall be exclusively applicable. So my personal view, yesterday I was quite surprised that there are proposals to raise this question in COPUS, because from my perspective, it's absolutely not on the mandate of COPUS. Okay, again about ITU, so why we call actually International Telecommunication Union? I have to respect my colleagues, so we have 3 sectors. So one sector is mainly involved, telecommunication development sector in assistance to developing countries, so it's different kind of training and support telecommunication training, telecommunication projects. Second sector is telecommunication standardization, so it's everything about wire communication, so international tariffs and interconnection of different international network. And sector where I work is radio communication sector. We are responsible for all issues concerning radio communication on the Earth and in the space. And we have three main, I could say, objectives. So first of all, we establish and update international regulation governing spectrum through world regional radio communication conferences. So we have each 3-4 years, we have so-called international ITU World Radio Communication Conference, and only this conference has sovereign rights to update international treaty, radio regulation. So then we produce as well, then in Geneva, as I have already mentioned, we have about 100 engineers specialized in spectrum management, and during the conference we have to apply radio regulation, trying to keep everything in good shape, I could say. And I will speak a little bit more detail what we are doing further on further slides. And then we have so-called study groups, 6 study groups, which produce standards, recommendation reports, handbooks for all kinds of radio communication system. So they are not mandatory like radio regulation, but everybody use our recommendation reports because they have to agreed by all member states, by all 192 member states. We have special procedure for approval of recommendation and reports. So about radio regulation, as I have mentioned, it's an international technical treaty. So it's 4 volumes of international technical treaty, which can be approved only, modification of this can be approved only by World Radio Communication Conference. So at the last day of this conference, all member states participating in the conference, they have to sign so-called final acts. And all these member states, they need special credential from their government to sign these final acts. And then this final acts has to be sent to all government of all around the world to be approved by appropriate governmental body, parliament or senate, whatever. And the main idea of these 4 volumes, multi-pages volumes, is, as you can see, effective allocation, not good English, but okay, an orbital position in order to avoid harmful interference between radio stations in different countries. So radio station, space, on Earth, everywhere, on the moon. So we discuss a lot. So these 4 volumes, they consist technical principles of the spectrum used by any systems, anywhere, in the sea, in air, whatever. And again, I would like to repeat that it's mandatory. It's not binding, it's mandatory, it's shall. All this provision shall. Otherwise, you cannot use spectrum under international regulation. A little bit more in detail about radio regulation. It was a good discussion. Yes, of course, we cannot put technical restriction for each rover and for each mobile station or for each mobile phone. So, but radio communication engineers, we are very clever. We split all radio communication system, billions of radio communication system by family. We call them radio communication service. So they combine technical system with similar technical parameters. And based on this assumption, we calculate, as I could say, it's like establishment of international rules for the countries. So we establish rules, technical rules, how these family services can coexist in the same frequency band. And you see a small part of radio regulation, it's Article 5, so all frequency bands until 3000 gigahertz, they're already allocated for different service. So it means that if any radio system intend to use spectrum, they have to check this allocation, and if they see that appropriate radio communication, appropriate band is allocated for appropriate service, they can use it on the conditions that they will use technical limitation, again, which are incorporated in radio regulation. For me, it was really a pity to listen that ITU didn't take care about Moon. So first conference about use of the spectrum for space was in 1959. And decision was not taken only because of nobody understood how to use spectrum for space systems. And in 1963, as you can see, ITU organized extraordinary conference, especially for the use of the spectrum in the space for different missions. And two new services were established, space research and space operations. Space research for data collection, for data transfer, for different kind of observation, and space operation is a telecommand link for management satellite itself. And again, about Moon, so the question about protection of the radio astronomy and shielded area on the Moon was raised in 1971, sorry. So it was, first of all, it was membership recognized that it's necessary to protect this shielded area of the Moon from radio interference. And then study groups were asked to conduct appropriate study, so to find criteria and bands in order to protect this site for the future science mission. So, and the decision about protection, which was incorporated in radio regulation, was made in 1979. So then it was transferred, like previous speaker said, it was transferred to provision of radio regulation 22, 22, 22, 24. And as I have said already, because it's part of radio regulation, you noted, I believe, in this text, shall. It's not desire, it's shall. So each mission in the space shall to respect this rule. And again, like my colleague said that in 23, so a cycle between the conference, as I have mentioned already, is 3 or 4 years, and so decision-making process is usually 4 years to change radio regulation. So before, why we have this new agenda item? Because before nobody discussed radio communication on the surface of the Moon. So we can send under radio regulation, current radio regulation, satellite mission or make some kind of observation, Moon observation, but this particular item only because of there is intention to have some kind of, I could say, mobile network. So it's space to space only. This is why this new agenda item was established. But again, even in resolution, appropriate resolution, which ask for this study and describe what we have to achieve in 4 years, there is special note that it's necessary to ensure protection of radio astronomy on the Earth and the shielded zone of the Moon. So referring back, I speak too much, I believe. No? No, okay. So Radio Communication Bureau. So we have about 200 engineers specialized in spectrum management in Geneva. And each day, I could say we like international regulator. So I refer to RR Article 8. Any frequency assignment recorded in the master register with favorable funding shall have right to international recognition. What does it mean? It means that if I am registered in ITU, my system receives right to be protected from interference and cause interference. And again, it's shell. So as I have already discussed with colleague, we had some times ago such cases, 2 satellites, they were launched to geostationary orbit without notification in ITU, and they've been never in operation. Because in case if you are not registered and you cause interference to someone, you have to switch down immediately your transmission. And so we have, so it's some kind of international licensing. So it means that all intended missions in space, for example, so they have to be filed to ITU. So it's special kind of application, technical form, which describe main technical parameters of the system: power, sensitivity of receiver, frequency to be used. And the aim of, so we conduct so-called technical examination in Radio Communication Bureau. So it means that we check all these parameters in accordance with the requirements of radio regulation. And in case if our findings are favorable, in such case, the system can be recorded in international master register, which we keep. And if system is published in this IP, in this international master register, it means that it has international recognition. And as I have said, again, just to repeat that it's just like guarantee. So if some system is registered, it means that these characteristics are protected internationally from harmful interference. So this one, just example, partly what we are doing. So you can see on this picture that all systems which were sent outside of the Earth with reference not Earth, so Moon, Mars, Jupiter, they all registered in our, so all space agencies, they know that before launching something in space, they have to notify radio system, appropriate radio system in our master register. And especially for the Moon, because we have to check how application of radio regulation 22, 22, 22, 25 works. We just started now to ask from appropriate notifying administration explanation how they will fulfill requirements of protection of the shielded zone of the Moon. And before 22, it was not obligatory. Now it's obligation, but we sent to all administration which sent before filing before 2022, we sent appropriate request, and we receive appropriate answer with explanations or commitment that there will be no interference to shielded zone of the Moon, or appropriate restriction of the technical characteristics which will not cause interference. And for the time being, only one administration did not respond. But from 2022, if this commitment is not technical explanation how to fulfill these requirements is not presented to BR, in such case, this filing will be not registered. Excellent. So we have, as you can see, 6 groups, study groups, and we do a lot of stuff. They are very interesting stuff. So spectrum management, it especially, again, answer to the question. Spectrum management is dealing with general topics of spectrum use. So unintentional emission, unwanted emission, out-of-band emission, whatever you wish. So we have study question, we produce recommendation. Unintentional emission, we don't have for the time being a lot of results because this phenomena arose not so long time ago, 2-3 years. but study group 1 is working on this study question. So radio wave propagation, of course, we have to know in order to predict how radio wave lose, I could say, power. We need to know models how to make our analysis, electromagnetic compatibility. So we have satellite services. Study group 4 is responsible for satellite services, mainly telecommunication. So now they have a lot of work with this non-GSO broadband, big constellation, and terrestrial. So during last conference we discussed next generation of mobile networks, G6, G7. So if you have, okay. So again, it's for me. I don't agree that nobody knows about ITU, because if you have mobile in your pocket, you know about ITU because it's based on our standard. And that if you use your mobile not only in Italy but outside, in Switzerland, for example, it's only because of we have standard for the use of the same frequency worldwide. And science services just will finish this day, today in Geneva. So we have 4 study groups responsible for, we defined universal time scale, working party 7A. We are dealing with meteorology, with Earth observation. We have special group, so protection of passive bands, especially for Earth observation. And we have working party 7B, which is dealing with space science, with deep space and Loon, so space research services mainly. And 7D is responsible for radio astronomy. And just to repeat, so this is what we are doing now. So we have study question about radio astronomy. So in general, many questions which were raised, we already started. We started to collect technical information about radio astronomy technical operational characteristic for the communication system on the moon. And again, we collect technical characteristic for radio astronomy facilities on the moon. So in order to calculate properly technical conditions for sharing of the band, we need all these technical parameters. And just started a new report, ITUR, preferred frequency band for radio astronomy facilities. So conclusion, don't worry, do not worry. So we are doing our best. We are absolutely aware about problem of protection of science system on the moon. And we have very good international treaty, mandatory treaty is radio regulation, which provides very good free environment, interference-free environment worldwide, and in the Earth, in the space, on the Mars, whatever. And so if you really want to contribute, please come and contribute to study group 7. So you can do it through your administration, through your state, or become our sector member and or university. And this is, I noticed that there are some students, so just for fun, we have about 4,000 handbooks, recommendation, and report. I believe for students it will be very interesting. Thank you very much for your attention.
Any questions for the speaker? One here.
I know how important you are, because I wrote my first doctoral thesis on lawmaking by international organization. And if an emergent state trying to become independent is not a member of ITU, and for that matter, UPU, I might as well say goodbye, because you cannot survive without you. But what I'd like to ask you is what would you, I seem to remember that you don't talk so much about states as about administrations. Does that ever cause any practical problems? And the second question, or sub-question, is which was the administration that didn't respond? Or is that a secret?
For second question, I cannot answer. It's it's between us. But why I use telecommunication administration? Because again, in radio regulation, we have definitions of. For you, it's like member states. But member states, in any member states, has to define appropriate organization in their structure, which is dealing with ITU. So, for example, for US, for example, telecommunication administration for us is State Department. By the way, about importance, somebody said about importance of decision of WRC. It's a very good example because head of US delegation during WRC received status of ambassador for all life. So it's a very good example of what is the importance of World Radio Communication Conference. Oh, no. Question?
Well, thanks a lot for this presentation and also for complementing your statement not to worry with the invitation to participate in the process. We're doing that, and we are trying to follow everything as accurately as possible, which is, I think, a requirement for us. Anyway, you say in study group 1, unintended electromagnetic radiation is being picked up as a topic. So could you comment a little bit further on that, whether this is already in a legislative, in study group 1, there is, the speaker said that unintended electromagnetic radiations, the noise that an ironing board makes, iron makes, is being discussed. And I would like to know if there are a few more details about that. So what is the scope and where are they right now? Do you know?
No, first of all, yes, they have agenda, they have study questions. And it was approved by member states, I believe, about 2 years ago. But as you are certainly aware, I'm not counselor of study group 1. I am counselor of study group 7, but I'm pretty sure that for the time being, there is no output which is approved by member states. It's absolutely obvious. I know that they are developing some kind of report, but at least from perspectives of some kind of output, some kind of regulation, I'm sure that there is, for the time being, there is nothing.
Okay, thank you. This was a very clear presentation. So the message is that scientists don't worry, so which is fine. My question is about commercial user of the moon. So basically industry going to the moon. So is my understanding correct that this is one of the topics for the 2027? Because the way I understood, right or wrong, is that the scientific part is really much on its way, but the allocation of frequency for commercial missions is on the moon and towards the moon is not yet very well defined. Right or wrong? And maybe you
Absolutely, absolutely correct. So actually it's one of the intention to, one of the purpose of radio regulation and especially allocation table. So of course, first of all, to avoid interference. Secondly, it's harmonization for some kind of telecommunication. But third one is it's for investors and for industry. So we will define appropriate bands. We will establish some general restriction, and we could say, okay, this is in your hand now. You can use it. Just fulfill requirements of technical requirements which conference established, and that's all. 2027. So the last conference finished in December with, by the way, 4,000 participants as well, so 4 weeks. And it's actually it's a very intensive technical discussion on different agenda items. And it was achieved that this administration decided that this agenda item is very important, and they put it for the next conference, because it's not obvious always that it's the case.
And as a follow-up on that thought, it's possible that the radio astronomers will want to provide the input for prioritizing frequencies that otherwise have interference, both on the ground and with the space-approved frequencies. So if radio astronomers come in with a priority to clear those frequencies, and commercial interests or civil space agencies want to use proven technology and make the claim that, this is to the extent practical. Well, it's not practical to clear out the normal communications channels for radio astronomy. What's the process by which that tension is resolved?
But this is what I actually slightly discussed. So now we have 3 years before next conference, until next conference. So just today, this Saudi Group 7 finished activity in Geneva, and so we have specific agenda item and attribution between study groups, who is responsible for what. So now we have 2.5 years for studies. And this is actually aim of the study. So we're trying to collect information about frequency band for radio astronomers. We're trying to find appropriate requirements for the use from commercial operators, but it's not from commercial operators. So we are dealing only with member states or with sector member or some, but in any case, finally it's member states who make decisions. It doesn't matter. So, and we conduct so-called sharing studies. So we make technical manipulation, trying to assess when interference appears. And then we try to find technical conditions that if both systems are under umbrella of technical parameters which we have already defined, so how they will coexist. So we have, for example, as you have mentioned in your presentation, we have methodology for defining coordination zone, for defining, it's again in radio regulation. So some kind of restricted zone. And we have conditions in case if we cannot find technical solution, we have requirements for necessary coordination. So it means that operators, they have to meet between themselves and to discuss technical conditions under which they will use this particular part of spectrum. And as I have said, we have a lot of experience because we, satellites are developing very well, and they are all based procedure of the use of the geostationary orbit and frequencies. They are based on the radio regulation.
Well, let's thank the speaker.